Hello. He's right, Flame, I'm out of your reach. How's everybody doing today? Flame, Panda, welcome on in. Let's get rid of the water ring. The other Squaresoft masterpiece. What could that be? What could the other Squaresoft masterpiece be? Chrono Trigger? Final Fantasy VI. Bahamut Lagoon. Romancing Saga 2. Rudra no Hiho. Tacticoga wasn't Squaresoft on the Super Nintendo. Square didn't buy that company until afterwards. If your mum wants a happy birthday from me, she's gonna have to come into the stream and ask for it. Rudra no Hiho. No, I know you said Super Mario RPG, I was deliberately ignoring it. As is my way. Maybe we'll get a Super Mario RPG playthrough next year. I don't know if I'd call Mystic Quest a masterpiece. I'd call its soundtrack underrated. Good soundtrack. Really is. We are in the frozen north. I think even if we don't end up doing SNES Day next year, I'll still, like, have some kind of focus on Super Nintendo games. Maybe do more Super Nintendo games than normal. I got that Super Nintendo wireless controller I should get some use out of. Oh, you missed it. We got Clim Hazard last time playing. We got two Castlevania games on Super Nintendo anyway. It's Ninja. There we go, finally. Hey, it's us to take out Ninja. Good times. Good times. How you doing, Ninja? You're in time for the best stuff. The good stuff. And also the snowboarding minigame. Everybody's favourite. Gonna take this map. Don't mind me, I'm just stealing your stuff. The gassy ninja. I really need to start thinking about like what I'm giving, well, what sound alerts I'm giving you guys next year. Ew. Where's the shot? Why is this guy in just like... Why are these guys in their underwear? Like -10 outside and those guys are sat there in the goddamn underwear. I keep it limited to the mods, because otherwise I'd just be messing around with a load of them. And if I start doing that for like everybody, it's just gonna go on too long and I'm gonna spend so much time doing it. But with the mods, I only have to do 6. I don't have enough money. I mean, most of the thing for my mods was generally they were here early on. Like, Bane's my original mod, and Bane's a personal friend. It's like, that made sense. And Bane being the only mod was fine. But then we started to get bigger and we get more people in, and I started to stream more often and at more varied times. Back when I started out, I was streaming, like... I was streaming, like, 3 days a week at specific times. So, like, more mods meant Bane didn't always have to be here, or feel like he had to be here. But like, as we went on, And like we started streaming more random times, more random days. It ended up being like I modded a bunch of people who were here. Like the people who were here regularly. So that was Flame. No, it wasn't Flame. It was never Flame. It was like Teak. Ninja was regularly here. Klim was regularly here. Chance started out as VIP. You can go back into the older streams and see the days when Ninja was a VIP, when Chance was a VIP. I eventually moved them up to odds. Part of that, I suppose, was with at least a couple of them to free up the VIP slots. So now we have Bane, Klim, Teak, Ninja, Chance, and Signer. And 6 mods feels reasonable. And now we can buy the micro laser. Yeah. It's really people that were here regularly that I felt were reliable. I would never say that about somebody. Horrible thing to say, Teak. No, I don't know what you're talking about, Flame. No, I don't know it. Yeah, fuck it, why not? No, I'm good, thank you. Those are interesting games to make like episodes of something about. Like, let's be fair, if you're gonna, like, dive into the making of any video games, the older ones are absolutely more interesting to dive into. I can't believe she rolled uphill. This kid doesn't have a face. Snowboard. Oh boy. Alright, let's head off to the Great Glacier. Everybody ready? And then Cloud died due to hypothermia from the wind chill. I've been doing this for years and, like, I'm still not able to do this well. Because it just does not control well.
Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, reload, time to go. I can't seem to control all this rage that's inside me.
I really like this minigame as a kid. It's like, one thing I do like about FF7 is, once you've done the minigames, they are available to play again in the Wonder Square of Gold Saucer, which is a really cool idea. Just give you access to them all again, without having to, like, replay the game. When I was a kid, I loved, like, spending my time there, and playing this and G-Bike and stuff. But as I've gotten older, this has absolutely become my least favourite minigame because it just does not control well. Still not sure how to take off that cool. Got all sets like no cooldowns at all. I do not know how to. Yeah, I think it's like a minute, and I don't know how to. I've set it to nothing for all of them, and it still has the cooldown. Flame, take your phone in the kitchen and watch the stream while you're making food. I mean, that basically is what normal people do these days. Like, I myself am almost never alone with my thoughts anymore. They always have something playing. I haven't charged it in like 3 days and it's still got battery. I think that's one of the biggest understated issues with like modern technology, because it does so much more and it requires so much power, and like battery technologies just cannot keep up with it. Yeah, that sounds fair too. It doesn't honestly matter, Nelson. Like, it makes no difference at all. And the controls are not good enough to actually allow you to properly maneuver, so I don't care. Man, I've enjoyed life in years. But the good news is, it's over! Yay. Where I landed. Ah, the trees. Lucky I didn't get skewered on one of those branches. Let's look at the map. How helpful. Harvest a bunch of peaches from your tree. Experiencing VR is helping me at the moment. Like, legit. It is straight up the most enjoyable part of my day now, when I'm playing VR. Because it's new and cool, and I've given it enough time to develop before I bought one. Because that has been really nice. And unlike gaming, because I can sit here and game on my computer, but the downside of that is that there's always the temptation of like, let me just take a look at my phone while I'm on the computer and blah blah blah. There's always so many distractions that are just there available to you. Whereas in VR, it's an enclosed space and I'm only playing the game. And that's honestly such a relief. Because to stop playing the game to do something like check my phone or look at Discord or whatever, I have to take the headset off and look at my computer or look at my phone, and that's a whole hassle, and I'd rather just keep playing the game. And it's really nice. Nice. Jedi Outcast in VR, I've only done the first half of the first level of. Because I was like, I'm gonna go through Jedi Outcast, then Jedi Academy. But I wanted to know what the lightsaber stuff was like. And with Jedi Outcast, that would require me doing, I think, 7 levels of like, legitimately not easy stuff. The first 7 levels of Jedi Outcast aren't particularly easy, and when you try to get to grips with VR to begin with, not great. So I've just been playing Jedi Academy. Yeah, honestly, a big part of it is, like, I have difficulty keeping my focus a lot. I've mentioned it before, like, a big part of the point of the stream is a focus thing. I can focus on a game for a specific amount of time, and that's really nice. There we go. But, like, if you want to know more about how Jedi Academy, and by extension Jedi Outcast, is in VR Flame, you will have to charge your phone and stay with us. Not like there's much else going on the Great Glacier. Like, we got a couple of things to grab, and the hope is that we get them before we pass out. But it's mostly just running back and forth. I would love a new Prince of Persia game. Now I'm thinking about, like, Warrior Within, and, like, I would love a new Sands of Time-esque Prince of Persia game. The Lost Crown came out, and I've heard it was decent, but I've got enough Metroidvanias that I'm not playing to, like, really not want to pick up a new one. The reboot we might get to next year, maybe. More likely to see me stream the reboot than you are to see me stream Forgotten Sands. Just like, when we did Two Thrones, what was that, last year, the year before? When we streamed Two Thrones, I was so high on Prince of Persia. At that point, I was like, I want to play more Prince of Persia. But I don't want to do Sands of Time again, because that becomes a slog by the end. I don't want to do Warrior Within again right now. So I booted up Forgotten Sands, because I've never really done much of it. And, like, boy, was that just not fun. Like, legitimately just not that fun. And I think, like, a big part of the problem is they overcomplicated the basic mechanics. So you got stuff like wall running into a climb takes more button presses than it did in Sands of Time, or Warrior Within, or Two Thrones. And the end result of that is, it just feels more like busy work to do what used to be simple maneuvers. And it's kind of like when EA rebooted SSX, and it took me a while to realize why I didn't like it. Because they overcomplicated it. They added all these things about damage and health and different things that you have to watch out for on the courses that can ruin your run, stuff. And like, oh, icing over if you're in the shade. And it was like, it was fun when it was just a simple arcade, over-the-top snowboarding game. Where the fuck am I? GBA standard time. I mean, 2D is always a different experience. It's why I always separate... We talk about, oh, what's my favourite Zelda game? I have to separate them into 2D and 3D because they're just so different such different experiences. And, like, GBA Standard Time is not what I'm after. It's fine, it's a solid enough game, but it's not what I'm after in that moment. I think, like, I know where you're getting at with Phantom Pain, Ninja. And I think it's the interesting counterbalance between Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain. Because Phantom Pain is a big expansion of what Ground Zeroes set up. But it's spread so much thinner. Ground Zeroes had less. But it was so condensed. Meanwhile, Phantom Pain gives you so much more to do, or so much more you can do, with less to do. If you get what I'm saying. Meanwhile, in Ground Zeroes, there was less you could do, but it was more to do. Game Boy Color Daikatana? Nah. Like, if I'm gonna get desperate enough to do Zelda-likes that aren't Zelda on stream, I should have probably played the Zelda games that are actually on Game Boy Color first. That cure off. There it is. Yeah. There are 2 Game Boy Color Zelda games, though technically 3. Because Link's Awakening got a DX port that supports and has expanded features on the Game Boy Color. But the 2 Game Boy Color Zelda games, Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons. And I've never finished any of them. Here it is, people. The Clim Hazard. And it missed. What a disappointment. Why didn't that do anything? Yeah, there's the... What do you got? 3 Game Boy / Game Boy Color Zelda games. The Game Boy Advance Zelda game. There is 2, but one of them is... a port of the Super Nintendo one. Then there's the 2 DS games. There are 2 original 3DS ones. And yeah, like next year I would absolutely like to get back to Zelda. Something not really thought about too much, but like there's been 0 Zelda streams this year because we're on PlayStation. And now we're at an interesting point with the Zelda stuff. Because like the next 3D Zelda game, the next console Zelda game we have is Skyward Sword, and I never finished Skyward Sword. So I am genuinely quite excited to do that. Especially because of how I've really lost interest in the Breath of the Wild style. And so I'm genuinely excited that there's an Ocarina of Time style Zelda game that I never finished, so there are Ocarina of Time style dungeons there for me to experience that I've never experienced, and I'm really interested in that. There's something I'm forgetting. Like, right now I'm trying to get to the hot springs to get Alexander. But there's something I'm forgetting, I know there is. But yeah, like, I do genuinely look forward to doing Skyward Sword because of that. And then I think, like, before I stream Breath of the Wild, like, I'm gonna go through the handheld games first, like, before I get to Breath of the Wild. I think ultimately the only one I'm not really interested in doing is Triforce Heroes. Oh, shit. There we go. That said, though, like, if we can work out a way to stream... Not a way to stream, a way to play Four Swords Adventures multiplayer, like that will be the hypest shit. Like if we can get that working online via emulation. Plus, there's the other benefit of, like, if we can do that and get that working and do, like, 4-player co-op, Four Sword Adventures through Dolphin, that will mean we can also do Crystal Chronicles. And I'm not gonna lie, like, depending on the day, I am more excited about Crystal Chronicles than I am Four Sword Adventures. Like, it kind of goes up and down which one I'd be more excited to do. Like, genuinely, both of them are something I would really love to do. It's such a shame Square fucked up the Crystal Chronicles remaster. Because that game would have done so well. Where the fuck am I? Ah, there we go. Like, that game would have done so well. There was never a good reason. Ah, shit. We didn't make it. There was never a good reason for Crystal Chronicles to require the Game Boy Advance connectivity. Oh. Oh. Yes. Oh, thank you. We really do need to try out, like, the Dolphin netplay, though. It's an idea I remember discussing with Teak literally years ago. To see about, like, getting Mario Party multiplayer going. Oh, see you. The thing that frustrates me most about this area is the camera turns when the blizzard hits to try and disorient you. But you can only move in 8 directions, and the camera will move into a position where you can't continue moving in the exact direction you were going. And I find that really frustrating. How do I get Hades? I don't think it's something I'll miss. Anyway, past the hot spring. Well, there's something else here that I'm forgetting. I do love playing Final Fantasy VII. Did you beat Super Castlevania 4, Clem? It's been long enough since you sent me that picture of you playing Super Castlevania 4, you should have beaten it by now. Yeah, that's lame. Counter-attack is getting better. I remember a few years ago I was really interested in picking up a Super NT. Added cut. Is that what I'm thinking of? That's probably what I'm thinking of. Thanks, Glenn. Yeah. The analog Super NT. Because, like, real hardware is absolutely fantastic. I love playing on real hardware. But the setup for modern screens on real hardware is such a pain. And the analog Super NC is like, oh yeah, no, it does. It'll play your Super Nintendo cartridges. And like, it's got such a clean video solution with a bunch of video options. The problem is the price of them and the fact that you cannot order from analog to Europe. So I eventually ended up just saying, fuck it, I'm just gonna stick with emulation. Ooh, M barrier. There we go. No, I need to swing by snow. We collapsed, we didn't get to it quick enough. Anyway. So we have a good makeshift mug. There we go. Anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, like the analog Super NC. I did end up one. I did really want to get one, but just for the price of it, and like all the trouble I'd have to go through because you can't get them directly from analog here. I'd have to buy through a reseller. And they're not cheap to begin with, and then you add reseller cost on top of that. Of course, this was years ago before I could just emulate everything on my PC. To like a real high degree. Like if I want the insane accuracy in emulation for Super Nintendo, I can get that now with stuff like BSNES. But SNES 9X is fine for me. It's about playing on that original hardware. If I had a space for it, I probably would pick up an OG Super Nintendo again. And then I'd have, like, the 4 consoles I actually give a shit about playing original hardware on. Like, set all those up, have a nice CRT display. And then just, like, in my own time, like, not for stream, because, like, for stream you want the higher video quality, so, like, emulation is the better option for that. But, like, in my own time, for my own personal use, have my PS2, my Nintendo 64, my Dreamcast, and a Super Nintendo all set up. And, like, that'd be great. A nice CRT display. That's the dream. That would be really nice. There was a really interesting concept I saw a while ago of the idea of like setting up an emulation system. You get yourself a dedicated emulation machine and hook it up to a CRT display. That could be really interesting. About the resolution at like 640 by 480, which would leave everything like quite crisp, even on a CRT. Just roll with that. That'd be cool. You would need like an HDMI to analog converter, maybe composite or RGB. That could be really cool. We are almost done here. We just need to get the Alexander materia from Snow. So, like, while we're doing this, idea I'm gonna run by you guys. Like, it was brought up yesterday, like, am I gonna do Onimusha soon? And, like, the answer is probably, like, yeah, absolutely. Way past time for me to do Onimusha. But an idea I've been considering for a while when I've been thinking of Onimusha is, like, the HD version of Onimusha has the option of playing with Japanese voices. Which I think makes it one of 3 games in the series that offers that as an option. Because, like, Genma Onimusha, the Xbox version of the original Onimusha, has it as an option. And I think Dawn of Dreams has it as an option. I think. But, like, I could pick up an undub of Onimusha 2 and Onimusha 3, and we could just do those games in the Japanese voices. Where the fuck is this cave? I know it's supposed to be on the right side. Why do I keep missing it? Like, what do you guys think? Would you want to hear the Japanese voices for the Onimusha series? Or the English voices? Which start out, like, really not great. In Japanese voices, Ninja? No, I'm gonna have to go right. Alright. Alright, thanks, man. It's like, we can mention, even, like, if we do it in Japanese, like, the fun little full circle that Capcom has made with the idea of Leon. I think the main kicker for me, the thing that would absolutely sell me on we're doing the English voices no matter what, would be if Jean Reno voiced his character in English. That's why I'm thinking that. Thank you, Clint. But he doesn't. Jean Reno only voices his character in Onimusha 3 in French. And when he starts speaking English, he's played by Paul Mercier. Which is a fun little, like, round, like, circular reference of how in Resident Evil 4 they go all out with the idea of, like, Leon the Professional. It's why the hard difficulty mode is called Professional. It's why Leon's gun is called the Matilda. And having the voice of Leon be the voice of Jean Reno kind of, like, brings that all full circle, and it's a fun little meta joke. But we can play in Japanese. If we play Warlords in Japanese as well, we get to see the uncensored cutscene with the demon lady. Because they censored that in the English dub. And if you play the English voices in the HD version, you see the censored cutscene, but if you play the Japanese voices, you see the uncensored cutscene. Like, that'll be fun to see. And there is so much I want to stream next year. I should actually work on, like, a proper schedule for it. Like, really collate my thoughts and get it all down, because at the minute I only have, like, the first 3 things that we're gonna do in mind. And everything else is just kind of up in the air. But we're getting closer. Over halfway through the month now. Here we go. There we go, level up the counter attack. My favourite materia. So, believe it or not, that is actually a sexy woman. Yeah, we've got enough health. It plays boss music, but like this isn't a tough fight. Like, we already fought one of these. I think it was like the first fight we did in the Great Glacier area. And she was with another enemy anyway. This is not a difficult fight. Well. Nothing in particular, I just have it set up so that when I try to steal, I also attack. Like, I might as well use steal. I think she has like an elixir, maybe? I don't know. Yay, Alexander. Now I can go outside and collapse. Or I can take half a step and get into another fight. Oh no, she's back for revenge. Joke's on you, bitch. I'm immune to seduction. Unfortunately, Klimbo isn't. That Klimbo always falling for the sexy ladies in the leotards. Really didn't want to block that shot. There we go. Anyway. Mr. Clem. Clemethy. Clemtone. Limbo. Climoroni. Climclam. Is there? That's odd, because I'm not getting any drop for it. That's any better. It's probably worth like pausing and unpausing the stream for yourselves, see if that helps now. Anyway, let's go and climb up the Gaea Cliff. Get to the open area. Oh no, I died. Gets me there faster. Yeah, I'm looking at the bot versus chat. Chat lost connection and is reconnected now. Should be fine. Yeah, I can read chat. Let's say it looked like we lost it on. The bot was still connected though, so I can see what you've been bot. Hmm. It's mostly because I'm just muttering to myself, Nelson. And it's not breaking the sound level for the noise gate to register. It's fun when you have to do this stuff on the fly. But the first badge um, refers to it's a founder's badge, is what they refer to it as. It's the first 10 people who subscribe to a stream get that as a special subscription badge. You can see it in other streams as well. I have a founder's badge in Teague stream. I have a founder's badge in the stream as well. The first 10 people, like the first 10 subscribers of somebody's stream, get the founder's badge. But it looks like it's all fine now, better. Yeah, it seems better now. This how you doing, Nelson? Go climb the mountain. Hopefully we can make it a little more exciting for you. Hopefully. But JRPGs aren't exactly everybody's definition of exciting. I get that. There are just some days where you really don't feel anything. Here we go. Such an odd choice to play this track again here.
Make sure to try and remember to remove Fire Elemental from
I should make sure I remember to remove Fire Elemental from Tifa before the Schizo fight. Otherwise, that's just going to cause trouble. Not sure if it's even doing anything worthwhile here, though. Yeah, don't take that kind of thing to heart, Nelson. Kids will laugh at anything. They didn't feel like it. What are these guys doing to each other? Well, we're about to pick up a ribbon, though, so that'll make stuff like that less of an issue. Poison and slow. Ugh. That's probably a good idea. Nice meal to look forward to. Nice. It's been a while since I've eaten out. Maybe next month, like, just go out to a nice restaurant and just have a nice meal. Not this month, because, like, Christmas and stuff. I don't know. Well. Absolutely. Like, if you're not going to indulge a little bit and, like, take a little time and money for yourself, like, what's even the point of living? Oh, yeah? How's that going? I bought it on PC and I've not touched it. And, like, I have no idea when or if I ever will. It doesn't help that I don't have the same level of interest in sandbox games as I used to. You love it? Nice. Friend of the stream, Mr. Charisma, hallowed be his name, is actually one of the voice actors in Red Dead Redemption. Super cool dude. Pops in occasionally. Recommend checking him out, he's a cool dude. Voiced Bertram. I don't know who that is. Most I know is like he's a large, possibly special needs gentleman. You might know who I'm talking about. I don't know who he is in context of the game. But he's super cool. It might be of interest to you to check him out, Nelson. It's Mr._Charisma. Voice is Bertram. I think Bertram's the name. Cool dude, streams Tuesdays and Thursdays. I think he's going through Silent Hill 4 and Fallout 4 at the minute. Silent Hill 4 on Tuesdays and Fallout 4 on Thursdays. I don't always get the chance to pop into his stream because of the time difference. And I'm not going to be able to be there tomorrow either, which is a shame. But he's a cool dude. Nice. Shout out. Excellent. I hope you enjoy his content. He's a cool dude, and he always appreciates people coming in who know his work and like enjoy his work. Right up. I think it's at 28 degrees we collapse again. And like, I think 39 is the max we can hit. But it will not maintain 39 at all, like you're just fighting to get it to 39. The 38 is the highest practical number, and I think 28 is when you collapse. Ah, fuck. And I currently only have 2 ribbons. Here we go, somersault. Was it? What was the third, sir? Somersault's 2. Water kick. There you go. Yeah, Mr. Grisman's a cool dude. Fun dude. Professional voice actor. Been in numerous video games. And despite, like, all the video games I've played across my life, I've never actually played anything that he's been in. Which is just kind of awkward. It's not actually awkward, it's just, it's kind of funny to me that, like, somehow I've, like, missed all of those games. But it's stuff like League of Legends and Smite and Red Dead Redemption 2. And I know he was quite happy about the voice he did in Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song, which I heard wasn't a very good game, but I would like to check it out at some point. I do like Vampire the Masquerade. And I heard, like, Werewolf the Apocalypse Earthblood wasn't very good either, but I bought that. I wonder when Bloodlines 2 is going to come out. And like you can turn around and like give the cynical answer of like never. But that's not a practical answer anymore, I don't think. Because we live in a world where, like, anything will eventually come out, given enough time. Like, Duke Nukem Forever actually came out. I think since then, it's just been, like, the same thing. Eventually, anything that's been set up will probably come out, more likely than not. Whether it's the same thing it was when it was announced is a different matter, but I think the point still stands. I'm Beyond Good and Evil 2. I feel like eventually, given enough time, Beyond Good and Evil 2 will come out. It's just not likely to be the game that I ever wanted it to be. Welcome back, Flame. I should really stream Beyond Good and Evil next year. That's something I should look into, because I took a quick look earlier today on the PlayStation Store. It was like, oh, it's got the 30th anniversary sale on. Is there anything I'll be interested in? It's like, quick glance, probably fucking not. Oh, there it is. Fire on. What? Yeah, why not? There we go. Oh yeah, I was talking about Beyond Good and Evil. But like, yeah, I should check about Beyond Good and Evil, the remaster they did, that's apparently actually a remaster. Because I'm at the point now where I just will not buy Ubisoft games on PC, and like, I'm not going to change that policy. So I should check if the Beyond Good and Evil remaster's on sale on PlayStation, and then like, we can stream that next year. Because I would love to stream Beyond Good and Evil for the stream. I love that game. What do I think? Pushed Capcom to revival franchises. You think we should thank the remakes for that? I think it's probably like a combination of the remakes doing well, a general interest in the old material anyway. Because like I predicted, if you recall, I predicted that we would see more remasters and collections of old games being released, because development costs are skyrocketing for modern games, and development times are ballooning really crazily. So there are less releases per fiscal year, and they need to try and bolster that. And so they've done that. There's been stuff like the Mega Man Legacy Collections, which, as far as I'm aware, have all done well. They did stuff like the Capcom Fighting Collection. They've just put out the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. Like, stuff like that. And it proves stuff like that, the Castlevania Anniversary Collection, the Castlevania Advance Collection, the Castlevania Dominance Collection. Those successes on top of the successes of stuff like the Final Fantasy VII Remake, the Resident Evil remakes, the Silent Hill 2 remake, more than anything, massively proves that there is an audience that is interested and absolutely down playing these old IPs. So I think it's like a combination of the success of the Resident Evil remakes and the success of the remaster re-releases and collections. And it's definitely a positive thing to see. Yeah, like, Okami, I feel, was more unexpected than Onimusha for several reasons. The main one being that I don't think anybody who worked on Okami was still at Capcom. So for Okami 2 to be announced, and then for them to turn around and say directed by Hideki Kamiya, and Kamiya's not been with Konami for like 15 plus years, was absolutely insane. Well, Onimusha had the remaster, which didn't sell super well, which is why we never got an Onimusha 2 or 3 remaster. And I don't think, like, animated productions, or I don't think non-video game media is an indicator of how much interest there is in a particular property for video games. Because it's such a different thing to sit down and watch a show or a movie than it is to sit down and play a game. No. It's absolutely a Kojima, it's absolutely a Kamiya move to turn around and do that kind of thing. And if it could well be a studio specifically set up for the sake of bringing back a lot of the stuff that Clover Studios did, which, like, you say God Hand, I say Beautiful Joe. Like, Clover Studio did a lot of stuff that was absolutely well worth time experiencing. And it's a shame a lot of it didn't sell well. But it has that... What's the... It has that nostalgia attached to it and the reputation attached to it now. That I think is absolutely worth them taking the time to do some of these remasters. It's crazy Okami got as much attention as it did. Honestly, I'm not sure of, like, who's still there and who isn't. Because we know, how was it, I forget what her specific role was. But, like, there's that one woman who was heavily involved in the design of Okami. And she got a lot of positive attention at E3 a few years ago with Ghostwire Tokyo. And I know she was with Platinum, and then she left and went with Tango Gameworks, and I think she's left that since. Like, absolutely possible. Yeah, Ikumi Nakamura, there you go. Like, she could very well be in there. Like, it's entirely possible. Like, you get these people that you like working with. It's for the creative minds. Like, it's the thing that you keep seeing regularly. That a lot of the time they like working with other creative minds they've worked with in the past because they know what they're going to do, they know what the kind of experience is going to be working with them. And the problem, more than anything else, that gets in the way and drives all of it apart is usually the realities of capitalism. It's like, you make one project, and it's a project you absolutely adore, and you poured your heart into, and you don't get to do anything else with that because it didn't sell. And so the people who provide the money have no interest in doing anything else with it. And so it's why you see like a lot of these big name creators like just bounce between studios often that they set up. Yeah, it's like you've got, I think when we talk about like Clover, Capcom into Clover, into like Platinum and such, the best example is probably Shinji Mikami. Because like he's with Capcom and he leaves, or like goes off to the side to be a part of Clover, and then that falls apart, so he co-founds Platinum, and then that gets away from what he wants to be, so he then co-founds Tango Gameworks, and then like that gets away from him, and he leaves that as well. It's just like, what's he moving on to now? Who knows, really? The enhanced sword, which if I remember is like just shit. Yeah. But yeah. I'm always advocating, though, for wider access to these older games that are absolutely worth experiencing. Like, I would love a remaster of Beautiful Joe. Like, throw out a Beautiful Joe collection with, like, Beautiful Joe 2, maybe, like, rework Double Trouble to be playable without a touchscreen. And, like, that'd be great. Like, throw that out there as, like, a Beautiful Joe trilogy collection. Maybe add Red Hot Rumble if you really want to. Or, like, a Clover collection. There's stuff like God Hand and Beautiful Joe and Okami. And, like, it's always the stuff that I'm advocating for, because, like, even as I'm able to play all of it for myself, because, like, I could quit this right now, and I could boot up Beautiful Joe, I could boot up Okami, well, I have Okami on, like, 5 systems now. I could boot up almost anything that I'm like, I would love a remaster of this for. But it's for the sake of other people being able to play it more than anything else. I love other people being able to play stuff that I love. And I love helping people do that in whatever way I can. So if I can turn around and say, like, this is the best version of this game, it's absolutely worth playing, like, yeah, here you go. If it's not something that's actually available, I'll be like, here's how you emulate this specific product that is absolutely worth your time and your effort. Because I want people to be able to experience the stuff that I do, that I love, that I'm really fond of. Or just, like, experience the really good stuff, or the stuff that means stuff to them, or could mean stuff to them. And it's why, like... Let's get some coming up now. Like, say there's somebody who's like, oh, I want to play this game, and it's like, I don't like that game. I think that game is absolutely not worth your time, but it's something they really want to replay or play for the first time or whatever. And it's like, cool, if I can help, here you go. Here you go. Because all of these matter to somebody, and it's absolutely worth going through. And not everybody has spent the years learning how to deal with emulation specifics and such. And like helping people play games is one of my big passions. And so for that to be easier than ever with remasters on modern systems is absolutely the end goal for me. Yeah, that Blood Omen PC release was so surprising after so long of it just not being available. That was really cool. I don't think it's so much that the average person might not trust an emulation, so much as it is like it's so easy to forget because I've been immersed in emulation for so long. But emulation is not a simple thing to set up. Like in a lot of ways, it is not the easiest thing to set up and get yourself acquainted with. And it's why for a long time my emulation efforts were restricted to like cartridge-based systems because they were so much simpler. And then as we went forward, I was like, okay, let's try and set up PlayStation. Let's try and get N64 set up and working in a reasonable fashion. And now we've moved on into stuff like PSP, PS2, GameCube, Wii, Switch in some areas. And like, it's easier, and there are absolutely guides out there for it, but it's still not the easiest thing to get into. And for the average person, the average gamer who doesn't know about it or really indulge in it all that much, it can be very daunting. And so stuff like the Tomb Raider remasters, the Soul Reaver remasters, stuff like the Capcom Fighting Collection, if somebody like wanted to play something like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, like, oh, I'm fine. I can boot up my Dreamcast or my Dreamcast emulator or MAME or Final Burn Neo and play Marvel vs. Capcom 2 absolutely no problem because I know how to set it up. I've got them set up and they're ready to go. The average person, nah, like, oh, you wanted to play Marvel vs. Capcom 2, you should have bought it on PS3 or 360 10 years ago when it was available digitally. Now it's like, oh, the new collection's out. It's got X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Children of the Atom, Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, Marvel Superheroes, Marvel vs. Capcom, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. And it's like, great. The average person, absolutely. I want that so fucking much for everybody. Yeah, I remember, like, one of my earliest PS1 emulation memories was setting up EPSXE and playing Resident Evil 3, and it never felt right in that regard. It was such a weird experience. And like moving on to dealing with stuff like the BIOS files and what are BIOS files and such. And like it's a tricky thing to really be aware of, and on top of that, like companies like Nintendo always trying to throw it down and the lawsuits that go around based on it and all the information Nintendo throws out saying it's illegal, full stop. When it's not provably black and white illegal like that is really off-putting and haunting for the average player, I think. And so having the option of these modern remasters available where you can just download it, start it, and go is fantastic. Really is. And it turns around, it brings us back to the topic of how lame a lot of Nintendo's efforts in that regard have been. When you look at Super Mario 3D All Stars, a collection of three games, two of which are some of the best 3D platformers ever, and Super Mario Sunshine, um, with very little done to spruce them up, spice them up, make them appealing to a modern audience. And Nintendo has made it appeal to a modern audience by saying you have 6 months to buy it and then it's gone. Also, here's like the soundtracks on the files, like on the cartridge or in the game files. But it's such an ugly, bare bones menu thrown together for it. And like they can do that and people celebrate because it's Nintendo. And then you've got stuff like the Soul Reaver remasters that includes all this bonus content in such a beautiful package. The Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, which looks great, has this brilliant front end and plays super nice and has a bunch of visual options. Going back to like the Mega Man Legacy Collections, which were years ago, doing stuff like that. Hey, you want to play the Western versions or the Japanese versions? The Castlevania Advance Collection, the Castlevania Dominus Collection, giving you the option to play um, the Japanese, American, or European versions of the games. And, like, there's not any difference between the European and American versions. They could have thrown the American versions on there, or, like, the European versions for the extra languages, and said that's it and called it a day, and it would have been fine. And, like, those bonuses, those benefits are such an amazing little thing to be added on top. And Nintendo themselves did it better than they did with the Mario Collection years before on the Wii. The Kirby Dream Collection is such a beautifully packaged collection of Kirby games to celebrate the Kirby's anniversary. What was it, like the 20th or 15th anniversary at that point? I forget. And it was such a good collection of like really it was a good collection of like the right games in a really careful like what like a really carefully curated and designed package and like beautiful interface, really nicely put together. And then like there's the with the Mario stuff. Even back then the Mario anniversary projects were a problem because Nintendo threw out Super Mario All Stars, a Super Nintendo game, on a Wii disc. Like, that was it. I've I very much look forward to getting to the Soul Reaver remasters. Like, I am very excited about that, and I'm so glad that with like the Tomb Raider collection, Tomb Raider remasters, Soul Reaver remasters, and the second two set of Tomb Raider remasters, that Aspire's like been doing really good stuff because their Star Wars stuff has been very lackluster. Super excited that this other stuff is not like it's kind of above and beyond in a lot of ways. And it's ideally it's what remasters and repackages and releases of this kind of things should be. They should be the definitive way to play these things. It's like if you're gonna bundle up a 20-year-old game and sell it to me on a modern platform, like it should be the best way of playing these things. The technology of it is so far beyond what we had at the time that in some way it should be the undeniable definitive way, whether it's visually, in terms of loading times, in terms of controls, it should undeniably be the best way. And it's nice that the Tomb Raider collections and Soul collections are that. And I'd love to see more of that kind of thing. And Capcom has also been doing like really well with the collections as well. And the Capcom Fighting Collection, getting together all the Darkstalker stuff and Red Earth. There's like another game in there that I don't remember. A nice package. The Capcom Arcade Stadium, which I have my issues with how it sold. Because like you buy the base game and you buy arcade machines in the game. and like there's positives to that and negatives. Like you could just buy the games that you're actually interested in. Like to have the full thing is like pricey package. Although I got it through Humble Bundle, so I paid very little for it. And the second one, like the actual presentation and the way all of the games are presented in that, absolutely immaculate. And I like that we get this stuff, these re-releases of old games in really nice packages, and it gives a reason to be like doing these over emulation. You can argue that these official releases aren't competing with emulation because like these are you pay for, and emulation is stealing. So like the emulation itself isn't. But like, I think there's a good argument of like these should give you a reason to want to get them over an emulation or an open source project. And Tomb Raider is probably the best thing, like the best example to look at in that regard, because there's an option that isn't emulation. You could buy Tomb Raider, Tomb Raider 1 through 6 on Steam standalone, and you could then like extract the files and run them through the Open Lara engine, and they'd be so much better than if you were just playing them vanilla through Steam. And so you end up with the question of like, should the remaster compete with that? Should the remaster offer a better experience than that? And the answer is, yeah, it kind of should. And they succeeded with the Tomb Raider remasters, I think. The Soul Reaver stuff, should it compete with the work of Gemini with his rebirth patches? Yeah, I think it kind of should. Particularly because those patches were the only way to play these things on PC on modern systems in any reliable fashion. So, like, yeah, they do. They kind of have to. Because at that point, nothing illegal is being done. You don't even have the question of emulation and the grey area of that. You have the case of here's a game I've already bought and I've had to apply third party patches and fixes to run. And the patcher, the person who's worked on it and fixed it and got it working, has done more. They've added more, they've made it a better game than it was at launch. Should they compete with that? Yes, I think they should. Because it is a capitalist market. It's a free market. It's what capitalism comes down to. And the opposite side of that, the way that is like, oh, well, they shouldn't have to compete, is like, if you're still going to sell them, you are competing. Yeah, I heard Gemini was involved in the remaster, and that's super great to see. Same with the Tomb Raider remasters, that they got people in the community who were working on them and fixing them up and doing stuff with them. They got those people in to work on these official releases. It's the smartest idea in terms of like actually putting out the best product you can. Absolutely fantastic. On the other side, it's like, okay, we've got stuff like Soul Reaver and Soul Reaver 2, I think, are still being sold on Steam. So the Soul Reaver 2 remaster has to offer a better product out of the box than Soul Reaver and Soul Reaver 2 standalone do with patches, fan works, and the opposite side of that is when you get something like Sega or Rockstar who are like, we're going to put out a new definitive version of these games, and to make sure that people will be buying them and can't do anything with them, we're going to delist the old versions of the game so nobody can buy them anymore without them being these new versions. And in the additional case of Rockstar, start sending cease and desist and legal threats to people who are working on improving the original products to begin with. And so, like, this whole thing with Aspire, the problems we've had with them in the past aside, like, this is absolutely good work, and it's what you want from remasters. It's stuff like that and the work that Night Dive does, and it's the kind of trust and belief in these companies that you don't get with a lot of other companies now. It's like anytime Night Dive announces something now, it goes on my wish list because I know that even if it's something I've never played before, it's going to be a good product made well because they keep doing it. And hopefully Aspire can maintain that level and keep that. I'd love to see more stuff. I joked about, like, when they announced the Soul Reaver remasters, it's like, what else? It's like, oh, Tomb Raider, Soul Reaver, what else does Crystal Dynamics have? Here comes the Gex collection next year. And it's like, I'd be down for that. I'd be down for more of this stuff. A well put together package of old games for a modern audience on modern systems with modern conveniences and a nice coat of paint. And I wish more companies would do it. At the very least, like, actually put out a competent fucking package in some regard. I feel like we got way off topic from where we started. I've spoken quite a lot and quite rapidly over the last few minutes, so let me get a fresh drink out. My throat is burning a little bit. And I've specifically paused the game here because Schizo is a fight that's going to require my attention. Oh, that's super interesting. You'll have to link that to me on the Discord, Flame. I think it helps with, like, Soul Reaver 2. Even from, like, Blood Omen, with the entire Legacy of Kain series. They were very specifically using, like, accomplished actors, good actors. Whether it's in TV, voice acting, theatre work, they were very specifically after actors who would be capable of putting out solid performances. Like, solid dramatic performances with an emphasis on the drama. I wish Regen lasted longer. Thanks, Flame. Appreciate it. It's like there's a handful of bosses in this game that I consider trouble. Most prominently is always Kariyama, but this is another one for me. And it's kind of an interesting juxtaposition between myself and Klim, because Klim always cites Materia Keeper and says that he doesn't have a whole lot of trouble with this, and I'm always like, no, I have way more trouble with this than Materia Keeper. Okay, one head is dead. Yeah, it's absolutely something that I always love, watching the outtakes of Soul Reaver and Soul Reaver 2 and Defiance that you unlock for playing through the game. Like, just seeing the voice actors interact with each other and with the crew. Like, it was so much fun watching them. And they look like they were just having a great time. And that one bit where Simon Sambon says, like, I think Tony should be in costume for this scene. And when you remember that Tony J's voice is the Elder God, which is like the massive tentacles, the Eldritch Horror, it's kind of a funny throwaway bit. Yeah. Alright, this is alright, because this is going to heal Tifa. But yeah, this and Kariyama are like the two big ones for me. Always down to talk about it, Flame.
Wonder where Clint?
I love FF7. Alright. Another dragon armlet. What was that good for? I have it equipped on somebody. There we go. Drains fire, drains lightning. This halves fire, cold, and lightning. Man, the defense is way down on it there. In comparison. So I guess we'll just leave it like that. The full heal. It's just such a comfortable game for me to play. Like, honestly, absolutely one of my favorites. Ah, shit. I didn't do a goddamn thing. Why did that do so much damage to Cloud? Because he's in the front row, maybe? Counter attack. God damn it. I'm not made of Phoenix Downs. God damn it. This is the point where, like, we just need to take off cover. Because there's always a specific point in the playthrough where cover becomes more trouble than it's worth. I would like it if regen was, like, permanent for the rest of the battle unless you die. I understand why it isn't, but I feel like it actually regenerates health slow enough that it wouldn't be a big deal. And it's one thing I appreciate about stuff like Final Fantasy IX or Final Fantasy VI, when you can have characters equipped with auto regen. Because at that point, that's just permanent. And, like, that's always really nice. Here it is. The last part of the cliff. I can't believe it's taken me like 3 hours to get here. I mean, really, it's a little over 2.5, but still, my point stands. I love this scene, though. Near Replicant is on sale right now. Like, the scope of this is just so impressive and amazing. Like, just walking through here and you can see, like, how huge the crater is in the background. And the idea that the planet has been healing from this for, like, 2,000 years. And it's the kind of thing that absolutely would not be conveyed as well in 2D. And, like, it's absolutely something that sets this apart from Final Fantasy VI and puts, I think, the argument of which is better into separate categories. But, like, you should just appreciate them separately. Final Fantasy VII gets to do stuff cinematically that 6 doesn't, just because of the change in technology and the advent of 3D as a way of, like, presenting gaming. And you can see the attempt Square was making to get there with Final Fantasy VI and with Chrono Trigger. And this being the first true culmination of that, and the first true realization of that, where the technology wasn't really holding them back anymore. And it's astounding in a way I don't think we really appreciate anymore. Because it's been 27 years since this game came out. Don't forget Neo Bahamut. Don't get that, we can't get Bahamut Zero. Why did you jump backwards? I was holding up. You go to the save point. They finally got the high wind working. Anyway. Oh yeah, I wanted to take cover off. There. Anything worth having. Yeah, that'll work. Let's go. Isa Knuckle. Which I think is also a weapon for Soma in one of the Sorrow games. Possibly both of them. Oh, limit break. Kind of disappointing that she focused all 3 attacks on one enemy when enemy was definitely dead after the second. Looking at that, was probably dead after the first. Ultimately, the only real issue with these multi-attacks that you don't get to specifically aim. Sometimes they'll focus too much on one specific enemy when you want to hit more. You have the same trouble with 2 times cut and 4 times cut. You could say the same trouble with something like Catastrophe or Omnislash. Well, chances are, if you're fighting something that... If you're fighting a battle where there's still something alive after using Omnislash or Catastrophe, like, you were more than likely only fighting one enemy, because it was a boss. I remember crossing through these being way harder in the new threat mod. Right, here we go. Sephiroth, you cheeky dick waffle. And they pan the screen up to show you that save point right there, just out of reach, to taunt you. Hey, Ben. And thank you for the quote. Yep. Just there, out of reach. Before they hit you with the final Genova battle. Getting by, Ben. I'm getting by. Making progress. And we're playing a game I really enjoy, so that's always good. You fucking dick. How you doing, Ben? Joke's on you, she's wearing a ribbon. Doesn't even have anything to steal. What a bitch. You good? Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. You absorbed fire, you fool. But yeah. Genova death. Like, I don't think he's really a huge issue, like, especially in comparison with life or birth. Genova birth can very easily catch you off guard when you first fight her. And Genova life is just so fast that chances are the only character you're going to have alive will be the one equipped with Water Ring if you equip somebody with the Water Ring. But Genova death, like, really isn't all that intimidating. So really, just like, kick back, relax, and enjoy the Genova theme. Because we're not going to hear it again for quite a while. No, I did not know that. That's good, I appreciate that as just a thing available. Yeah. I did recently renew my PlayStation Plus subscription because, like, I want to do Diablo 3 with Clem next year. And I've basically downgraded from... I was at, like, the top tier, because I got the top tier pretty cheap. I got the top tier for somewhat of a reasonable price last year. But this year I was like, that's not reasonable, I don't think. And I have made zero use of any of the extra features you get for it. So I've gone for the base tier now, so I don't have access to the extra games, the classic games that they offer. Which is fine, because I'll emulate them. Anyway, it's fine. I'll explain later, he says. He never explains. Excellent, I hope you enjoy it, Ben. I don't know when the last time you would have played it is. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Ninjenzo. Sometime in the mid-2000s? Yeah. I have played it more recently. The last time I was playing it was testing out the Gemini Rebirth patch that makes it work again on PC. It worked on my laptop, and then I got my PC, and for some reason it would always crash on the title screen. And then the Gemini Rebirth patch came out, and it fixed it, and it was really nice. And then I got the conceptual mod, which added in a bunch of beta features that were cut from the game, and that's also been really cool. And like, that was the last time I played it. Yeah, nobody else will take it because they're all cowards. It still bothers me that, like, Yuffie in particular will not take the black materia. Yuffie, whose whole characterization is that she is constantly after materia. Yeah, I hope you enjoy Blood Omen 2. I think it still holds up pretty well. But I say this as somebody who's regularly playing games from that time period, so... How well it holds up for anybody else is not something I can really guess at. Oh, there's lightning. We're almost there. Are you high on Mako? Right, Ninja. It's this part. Not that part, this part. I mean, if we keep going forward, we'll probably get out of here at some point. See, you know it's not real because the door didn't open when Zack came out of the mansion. It's like, Clem and I discussed this, like, kind of in depth. Last time we streamed this and the time before that. Doesn't have any dumb apples. But, like, a lot of the problem with how this goes down is entirely because Tifa refused to actually talk to Cloud about any of this. And you can see the build-up of it throughout the game from when Cloud first recounts Sephiroth's descent into madness in Nibelheim. Like, ultimately, a lot of the trouble here in this specific moment comes down to Tifa's lack of conviction in telling Cloud, like, this isn't what happened, and then her refusal in this specific moment to back Cloud in this situation. Because, like, Cloud's resolute here in that this is just all bullshit until Tifa's like, It does, the truth does need to be told, and Cloud needed to confront this aspect of his past. But Tifa's refusal to do that with him until this specific moment causes a lot of the problems. And like, ultimately it does all end up working out. But it's such a thin line that they could have very easily fallen off. It absolutely is part of it, Ninja. That's the thing though, at no point does Tifa ever believe what Cloud said. And every time it comes up, she avoids the question. Oh, you mean Cloud, yeah. Well, Cloud believed it in the first place. Like, part of the whole mental facade that was constructed after escaping the Shinra mansion with Zack. False identity that was created. Honestly, I'm like you bring up the dead guy ninja. I'm just impressed that they actually stopped the blinking animation for him to demonstrate that he's dead. Maybe Chrono was Teak all along. Oh god, that'd be a twist, wouldn't it? If Teak was secretly in the playthrough the entire time as Zack. Saw my mom. I saw the people in the town. I went to Panda's room. I played the piano. I looked in the drawers. I stole her orthopedic underwear. How did I become Soldier First Class at 16? How was I one of the greatest fighters in the world? One of the strongest combatants in the world at 16? Doesn't make any sense. It's actually a subversion I do quite like, because Japanese media has a tendency to make people experts in combat at ridiculously young ages. And so you just look at this and accept it. It's like, oh yeah, Cloud was a first class soldier at the age of 16. Because of course he was, because that's anime. And then the revelation is that he absolutely wasn't. I was saying a similar thing about Resident Evil. I forget where, whether it was in like Ali's Discord or during Ali's stream on Saturday, of how RE1, OG RE1, presents Barry as like an old man. But it also, like, in the character introductions at the start, it gives you their age, their blood type, and, like, 2 other details I don't remember, possibly height and weight. And Barry's 38. And it's like, yeah, here's Barry, the old man. Bitch in the red dress. I still think Sephiroth, like, Tifa should have transformed into Sephiroth there, and Sephiroth should have still been doing the same pose. Ah, thank you, Brett13. Why are you holding on to it, Brett13? Well, later. No, I think he's entirely aware of what he's doing. He's just that his entire sense of self is broken down. Which is why he begs Hojo for a number so he can have any sense of identity. Well, fuck all y'all. I'm out of here. There he is. Sephiroth. Or what's left of him. So, like, if you look closely, you can see it looks like Sephiroth doesn't actually have anything below the waist. It's too late, Bread 13. I can fly now. And we'll get another look at it here. There's nothing below the waist. Which in the past has led to my jokes as Sapphire weapon. There's Diamond. There's Ultimate. And very briefly here, you can see there's Emerald, there's Ruby. I'm gonna make the effort to cut him out of the scene in post-production, Ben. Yeah, in the past, like, that whole thing has led to me making the jokes of, this game essentially being about fighting a crippled war veteran. That's right. I'm Chrono. There you go. True revelation that she knew from the beginning that something was going on. And that he was wrong. And also the realization that this meeting here at the train station between Cloud and Tifa happened like maybe a day or two before the game actually starts. Ding. Yeah, pretty much. It also explains Aerith's like really serious hesitation to really talk about Zack. Because Crisis Core makes the point that she feels his death in the live stream. In the same way that like this game established that she knew that Elmira's husband had died and returned to the live stream. And it being like really not that long before she meets Cloud really makes that make sense. In all fairness, like in defense of 6 versus 7, this whole plot point of Weapon being a legendary monster from the past unleashed by what the events in the Northern Crater is basically straight up what happens with the dragons in FF6 and Fun Barber and Doomgaze. It is the exact same thing. The FMV transitions are generally really cool in this. I do really like them. Yeah, it's a series that regularly borrows and references itself, like borrows from and references itself. We're gonna put things in his bum. It's odd they play the Turks theme here rather than the Shinra theme. Well, the Warriors of Light motif was a recurring Final Fantasy specific plot thread. Always the crystals, always the Warriors of Light. It was always like the same basis to start with and build up. Save the game. Yeah, up until like 7 is a very deliberate turn to move away from what classic Final Fantasy was, which you could argue did start in some respects with 6. And then 9 is one last look at the past. And celebration of where the series came from, before they moved on with 10 into another direction. And then 12, and 13. I don't know how far part 2 goes. And like, I'm really interested in finding out through playing it. like genuinely really interested in seeing like where it's going to end, because we knew from the get-go with Remake that Remake was going to be to the end of Midgar. But with Rebirth, like, that wasn't made clear, it wasn't established, it wasn't set. And I'm curious and interested to see where we get to and where it stops. Yeah, next year, we're going to be starting with Intermission, then we're going to take a quick break for Chrono Trigger, and then we're going to just jump right into Rebirth. And I've seen, like, basically nothing of Rebirth. Yeah, shit, weapon. I feel like, though, with the idea that they're expanding on a lot of stuff and making stuff broader, it would make sense to make Sapphire Weapon a boss fight in some regard. Weirdo! And then they attack him. Welcome back, Clem. You left without saying goodbye. I'd be kind of curious about that, but after going through New Threat, like, I feel like it wouldn't be that interesting. Because like all of the custom enemies in New Threat were like just at best reskins or slight modifications of pre-existing enemies. Now, I restarted stream because people were saying that chat was taking too long to turn up. And I was like, I'm not getting any issues on my end, but like try restarting to see if that solves it. And it turned out to be just an issue with chat. Spent a bit of time sorting that out. Did you get screen burn on your phone then? Was it temporary? Yeah. There it is, everything I had equipped on Chrono, all in a nice neat room. Probably throw that on Sid then. Cool, shoot her. Shoot her now. Shoot her. Its weapon. Like, yeah, I fucking figured it was weapon. I know I've mentioned this in, like, the previous times I've streamed this. Like, it's weird that they have Sister Ray written on the gun as you run along it here, when it's very specifically not named Sister Ray until it's moved to Midgar. Did we get it? No, it turns out we hit Costa del Sol. Oh. Well, shit. The choice of name's fine, like, it's a Scarlet vanity project more than anything else, so I absolutely get it. The weird thing is that it's just visible on the cannon now. And it's particularly odd because you never see the cannon that close up when it's in Midgar. Or like you don't see the Sister Ray writing on it when it's in Midgar. Ah, the weapon attack theme. It was so much closer a second ago. There we go. Yes. Poison gas. You can hold on a lot longer if you stop talking. I just look down at Scarlet and I'm like, hey Scarlet, you like dragons? I'm gonna be dragging these nuts across your face. And then you just shoot her. Alright. I hope it's this way. Alright. Excuse me, I don't know my way around the fucking back lot of Juno. Oh no, it's a soldier. Second class. There we go. Here's hoping this doesn't fuck me over. There we go. Because it's entirely possible for those dice to come up and give you a result that will kill your party. So you've got Yuffie disguised as, you thought it was slots? It's one of the two. I forget which, I don't use Kate Sith. Look at him there, stood looking like a fucking idiot. So you got Yuffie here, disguised as a, reporter? And like, who's the cameraman? Reeves' cousin. It's Slot. Fair enough. Thank you, Ben. Oh, excellent. Yeah, full cat face should defeat any boss in the game. Yeah, like Joker Doom in FF6. Run along the platform while the elevator's moving because it's an FMV and they can't actually throw a random battle at you during that FMV. Limbo's last stand. Meanwhile, imagine using Kate Sith. Ugh. Fucking disgusting. Like, even for fun, though, like, why would you? Here we go. Sapphire weapon does all that charging. It's like, oh yeah, charge my super laser, spits it out, and it does so little damage. Like, what the hell? It's like, oh hey, what do you know? Sapphire weapon really wasn't a fucking threat. So if you remember the last time I streamed this with Clem was very impressed at how quickly I beat the shit out of Scarlet. So let's find out if that was a fluke or if I'm genuinely just that good. It's Sister Ray, in a position where you will never see it when you get to the Midgar section. One thing I did really like about the new threat version of this fight was they added an extra option where Tifa just decimates Scarlet, because Tifa's a fighter. Like, why would Scarlet ever be a threat to her in a physical confrontation? You fucking bitch. You old wench. What was that? Look at it, we bloodied her eye. Look at that. Crazy, because that's on the other side of her face. That's not even the side of her face we were hitting. During the fight with the parachute. Like, it makes sense. Woo! Eat shit, you big-titted bimbo! The Scarlet's just there like, yeah. Good times. Well, we made it. Now we never have to have Kate Sith on the party ever again. I feel like if you're gonna have a character on the party, they probably do have anti-aircraft defenses. It's just that they were all spent fighting Sapphire Weapon. And like a genius, they flew the high wind immediately around the back of Junon. Because, like, there's the trouble when all of your weapons face in one direction. Like, just go behind them. Like, I feel like if you want to use a character that's a little more awkward, like, Vincent's absolutely fine. Like, just stick with Vincent. Because, like, his uncontrollable limit breaks and such. 3 parties for Bizarro Sephiroth. Don't worry, I'll put the 2 characters I don't want to play as in the 3rd party, so I will only use 2 if need be. But you know I only use 1 party for that fight. I hate party switching. And that party I don't use is just going to be friggin' Star and Klimbo. Because it doesn't make sense. And, like, the real answer is just use Knights of the Round. It's the entire reason why in, like, every playthrough I've done on stream, with the exception of, like, the new threat mod, I've always gone for Knights of the Round just to, like, cut it down. It's funny because, like, I only use it on Bizarro Sephiroth. Mostly because I don't really tend to bother with Ruby or Emerald, because I don't think they're interesting fights. I'll give you information, Shinra. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I don't mind doing super bosses or optional bosses in games where there's a fundamental level of skill required to it. Like when I did Bloodstain Ritual of the Night. And did the fight, like the super boss fight against OD and the DLC fight against Iga, and like they were both like really hard, and like the barrier to me beating those was entirely my skill. Like that's absolutely fine. When it comes down entirely to stats and hoping that they don't whip out bullshit attacks, I lose interest in committing to it, which is why RPG super bosses tend to not interest me. And, like, you speak about the memes and the Digital Devil Saga replay, the New Game Plus playthrough. Like, the reason we're doing that to get to the Demi-Fiend Super Boss fight is entirely about the memes of how the Demi-Fiend is, like, the hardest super boss in JRPGs, and I want to show that off. I don't expect to win. Soul Super Boss in a nutshell, yeah. Though Souls themselves can absolutely run up that bullshit. I think, like, the best example of, like, a really difficult boss in Dark Souls that's fun to take on like that was Artorias. Like, the Artorias fight was genuinely challenging. And I think it comes back to the same thing I say about stuff like in Devil May Cry games and such. When you're up against a boss that's similar in size and stature to you, when the majority of your other bosses are like huge monsters, the bosses that tend to be human-sized are far more interesting. Manos. You're thinking of Manos. Why do I always have this information that you can't remember just stored away in my head? Simple, because I have nothing else going on in my life. Calamite, I never bothered fighting Calamite when I streamed Dark Souls, like, all those years ago. Like that time I streamed Dark Souls Remastered, the first stream. Like, I did, I think, every other boss in the game. And I didn't touch Calamite. And, like, I recall deliberately making the choice to not go anywhere near Calamite, because, like, I had no interest in dealing with it. No, you can complete the DLC without going anywhere near Calamite. So, like, when I did Dark Souls Remastered, which I'm probably not going to do again, ever. I don't enjoy playing Dark Souls anymore. We just never went anywhere near Calamite. We did everything else. Are there actually optional bosses in Dark Souls 1? I mean, if you use the Master Key, there's a bunch of bosses that are skippable. Would I do it co-op for fun on stream? If we could get a co-op set up where, like, you're not constantly disconnecting and such, and you can go through the game together in, like, the same way as I believe the Elden Ring seamless co-op mod works. That's a fair point. The entire painted world is optional. Like, if we can, like, get, like, a proper seamless co-op like Elden Ring mod, the Elden Ring mod has, like, sure. Yeah, Gwendolyn the Dark Sun. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. That said, though, I have thought of a boss that I did skip. The Fire Centipede. I did not do that on stream. So the only two bosses I wouldn't have done in that stream were the Fire Centipede and Calamite. you can skip the Fire Centipede, and every playthrough of Dark Souls I've done after the first playthrough I ever did has been skipping the Fire Centipede and just like almost the entirety of Lost Isla. Join the Chaos Covenant, the Chaos Servant Covenant, give Queelag's sister 30 humanity, and you can open up a shortcut that just takes you across Lost Isla, almost directly to the Bed of Chaos. You need to go through there to complete Solaire's quest line anyway. Yeah. That said, like, very tentatively, really tentatively, like, I don't know if this is ever going to be a thing, but, like, I've started talking to Chance about the possibility of a co-op Elden Ring stream. Was it? No, I was talking to Chance about like the possibility of a co-op Elden Ring playthrough, but like we could, like if that ever actually happens, I could maybe work into it. We could see. Because I've still not properly gotten into Elden Ring, and Chance hasn't played it at all. And like Chance has got his new laptop. Like if you can run Elden Ring and we get that seamless co-op mod. Like, we could do, like, a full playthrough of Elden Ring co-op. That could be, like, a bunch of fun. There we go. But yeah, I specifically, like, if I'm gonna do it, it'd be with Chance. Specifically because Chance hasn't played Elden Ring before. And because I haven't done Elden Ring before, like, enough to really do Elden Ring in any real regard. Which I think would absolutely be the better way to do it. Because I've said before, like, one of the issues I've had with, like, Bloodborne, and doing Bloodborne co-op with other people, has been like, those people know Bloodborne, I don't. So they're essentially dragging me through the game, and I'm not seeing anything of the game. It's like, you're not really experiencing the game. It's like, that'd probably be like the return I'd make to like actual FromSoft Soul stuff. And I specifically say FromSoft Soul stuff because like I would be so down to doing a Togi stream. God, that has been something I've wanted to do for so long now. And I also would absolutely not be against an Armored Core 6 stream. I didn't play much of Armored Core 6 after I got it, but like what I did play was quite fun. So I'd be pretty down for that. Yeah, we'll see how Chance gets on. Like that could absolutely possibly be a thing that would happen someday. Is he safe now? I know he's dead. What the fuck's Bread 13 doing just shouting halt? That doctor has no face.
Stop! Stop! He's already dead.
A Gurk? Also, we don't allow pets in the clinic. I'm gonna have to ask your dog to leave. The way that nurse walks, like, it's the kind of walk you see a woman make when they're wearing a skirt that is, like, far too tight. You know the kind of walk when like the skirt's really tight and they can't move the legs that much, or the skirt will like just tear itself apart. So they're always saying like those little tiny steps. Listen, Doc, why don't you tell us the truth? Is he alright? It's like, no, I fucking told you. He's practically brain dead. Gotta have hope. Ah, shit, Icy. I should really change that raid alert. It's like a super old raid alert now. Icy, how you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the raid. Lim, give Icy a shout out. Thank you, Bane. Lim, you also give Icy a shout out because I already told you to do it. And I'll be damned if you're not going to do your job as a moderator. Excellent. Mad with power? What? How you doing, Icy? Which Sonic were you playing? Sonic 1 and CD, nice. I remember when I streamed Sonic 1, because of how short it was, I played it back to back with 2. I think CD ended up being its own stream. That was back when I was doing the Sonic Marathon. And CD ended up being its own stream because CD is like a bunch longer. Nice. All the time stones, goddamn. I can tell you with confidence that I didn't. So it's the easiest way to get the good ending. Two options you get to get the good ending in Sonic CD. Get all the time stones from the special stages, or destroy all the robot generators in the past. And it's like, good luck doing that. You ever think, like, what if they'd aimed Sister Raid up at Meteor? Like, would that have done anything? Ah. That's a good idea. You know, I didn't end up mentioning it because, like, I think I thought about it and then it just very quickly passed from my mind. Like, Scarlet was wearing that dress in the Northern Crater, you know, in the frozen north. Everybody had to duck every time she turned around. Nipples were just like that. Sephiroth could summon another one, but do you think that's something Shinra would have thought of? Look at that one bloody eye. To be fair to Lara in Tomb Raider Legend, like, those legs are immaculate. Like, you're talking about the Tokyo stage, like, the 3rd level. Like, those legs, like, just like, well. I've never liked the special stage in Sonic CD, though. Making an astute observation. To be fair, I don't think I like any special stages in Sonic. Though I hate some less than others. And good thing, actually, with the Sonic Origins collection, I see. The versions of Sonic 1, 2, and CD in there are based off the... They are essentially remakes in the Retro engine done by Christian Whitehead and Stealth. So the Sonic 2 special stage is actually rendered in 3D. It's not the pseudo 3D based on pixelated graphics that the Mega Drive did, which makes actually seeing things coming in that stage so much better. Yeah. So much. I disagree with that, Bane. Like, at least in its original form before the remakes they did. Like, the mobile remakes. Where they made it, like, properly 3D. Like, it was awful. I think the Sonic 3 special stage was better than that. Once it actually is in 3D, though, like the Sonic 2 stage, special stage, yeah, for the most part, absolutely better than the Sonic 3 special stage. Just don't play them with Tails. Like, don't do Sonic and Tails, just do Sonic. That said, you know what we can do next year? In the year of 0 replays? Like, not playing anything we've streamed all the way through before? Next year, we can do Sonic Heroes. It is really weird they choose Sid to be the leader at this point. Because I don't think there's really anything before this that indicates that Sid would be a good choice to be the leader. Yeah! Yeah, but it always feels like he's a captain in the sense that he was the guy who was going to pilot the rocket. like, based on everything we see prior to this, Barrett feels like the logical choice to be the leader. And, like, if he's gone through some character growth to cool off his hot head, like, absolutely makes the most sense for it to be Barrett. Boy Barrett. Yeah! Anyway. This very calmly just proceed towards Fort Condor. Bird. Hey, remember us? We're the guys who said we'd help you, and then slept in your beds and just left. Yep, we can't let Shimra win, because if they do, we don't get the Phoenix materia. Man, imagine the drumsticks you could make out of those legs. Thanks for the lurk, Isaac. Alright, let's do this. It's kind of odd of, like, all the mini-games they let you replay the Wonder Square and Gold Saucer. They don't let you replay this. Like, after this point, you can't play this mini-game again. Do you mean Neo Bahamut? Because, like, isn't the only way to get Bahamut 0 to have Bahamut and Neo Bahamut and then touch the huge materia in Cosmo Canyon? Or is that a way to get Bahamut 0 if you don't get the huge materia? You don't get the future material. Interesting. I wasn't aware you could. Yeah, I'm not spending my money to fight these things. But I've heard the legends. Yeah, fucking come at me, bro. I'd probably be more into this game if there was an option to, like, play it in the Gold Saucer. Where it absolutely wouldn't matter. And, like, it wouldn't cost you money to recruit units. Joke's on you, fuckface. I'm immune to that. It's always nice to learn how many bosses are vulnerable to flow. He's basically already dead. Dragon! That wasn't much of a last attack. You only get the enemy health bar if you use sense on it, Nelson. Which we did. What's this wee business? Oh, that bird is dead. Yeah, sure, why not? I saved your entire pathetic village from Shinra. Great personal risk to myself. You were also asking me for money. Like, why not? I'll go out there and see if there's any danger myself. And then ultimate weapons just flying past and kills it. And just swoops right in and eats the damn thing. True, I absolutely did. Well, fuck all y'all. Let's go somewhere else that's not going to be grateful enough. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the coral huge materia and then we'll call it. Where did I park my ship? So I definitely said this last time we streamed this, but like it's so weird that this happens to the world map and there's never any mention of it. Nobody says anything about this, and it's a pretty drastic change. Thank you, Ninja. I mean, we tested this out, Clem, when I streamed this with you. Like, it's provably not there beforehand, because you now cannot walk from Fort Condor or the Mithril Mines to Junon. Drift. A real weapon does. That's what Ultimate Weapon does in its spare time. It's really nice, like, every now and then just going back to a game like this that's like... It's a good length. I can spend, like, a good few streams on this. And it's a game that I just unequivocally enjoy. Like, it's kind of like a relaxing stream vacation. I want to do it all the time because it would, like, just ruin... Why the fuck did I go back to Gold Saucer? Dio, why is Gold Saucer closed? I can't believe, like, he's not just stood outside the railway car. Like, imagine, like, you're a person in the world, like, oh no, meteor's coming. What am I gonna do? Well, I'm gonna try and enjoy my last few days on the planet. So you go to Coral, you get on the railway car, you take the whole journey, you get there, and then stood right outside the entrance. Dio was like, I'm sorry, we're closed. Like, cool, you could have told me that before the 4-hour fucking railway car. Yeah, it's absolutely a comfort game. And, like, it's a nice change of, like, diving into stuff that I haven't played before or haven't played in a long time. Just knowing it's something I'm going to enjoy. It's absolutely really nice. And if I did it all the time, it would absolutely diminish the value of going back to something like this. Exactly. Like, absolutely, don't let people get on the railway. It's like an hours-long trip. I feel like it only really applies for like RPGs though. Like the comfort RPGs. Because other games that I find comfort in like that are just like too short to really have the same level of effect. And like, there's also the really understated value of not having to choose a game for a while. Like, it's one good thing about generally like, streaming a lot of RPGs anyway. Like, you start an RPG and you get into an RPG, and that means you don't have to find another game to stream or decide what your next game you're going to stream is for quite a while, and that's also really nice. That whole thing with Final Fantasy X with me, it's embarrassing at this point that I've still not finished it since the HD remaster came out. I really should just do 10 next year. Hey, how you doing, Flame? I've been getting further in OGR in RE4 VR, OGRE4 VR, and it's been kind of a fun experience. It's definitely easier than OGRE4. The majority of my deaths have been Ashley related at this point, which is awkward because the way Ashley is handled is quite different. In OGRE4, whenever Ashley is with you, she's always right behind you and you can rely on that. And the camera zooms back somewhat, so you can see when she's right behind you. Because VR's first person, you don't get that. And so there's a regular sense when you're in a dangerous situation, like, is Ashley close to me? Is she close enough? And like that's gotten kind of frustrating. And she's more prone now to ducking when you look at her than she was in the vanilla game. To give an idea though of like how much easier VR is, because like the movement is like you could strafe and everything. And you can move while aiming, because of course you can, it wouldn't make sense if you couldn't. To give a sense of how much easier it is as a result, I did the Verdugo fight. Like, I'm in the mines now. I did the Verdugo fight. And I took 0 damage in the Verdugo fight. And that's not a case of, oh, I used the rocket launcher. I didn't. I like to save the rocket launcher for Salazar, because fuck Salazar. It's not even that it's a difficult fight, it's just fuck Salazar, he's a prick. Like, 0 damage from Verdugo. Because the way movement works, it's just, oh, he's gonna leap at me? Cool, I'll just step to the side. It's a lot of fun though, like it is genuinely a lot of fun. And I hope I'll be able to stream it for you guys at some point. Alright, here we go.
Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, reload, time to go. I can't seem to control this rage that's inside me.
No, OG Salazar isn't difficult. OG Salazar isn't difficult. Really not a difficult fight. The only thing to watch out for is when the Verdugo head opens up its mouth vertically. Because, like, that's the instant kill attack. Watch out for that. Aside from that, like, it's so much... It's really not hard. It's so easy to deal with. Yeah, that's a fair point. I had to think for a second, like, what you were actually talking about. But no, like, you are quite right. That fight generally isn't a good fight. But yeah, adding the bullshit of Nightmare and Inferno and like, it's just stupid. Reminder that I did it in 3 tries on Inferno. No, I had way more trouble with it on Nightmare than I did Inferno. And there's probably a good chance that the reason I did as well as I did when I did it on Inferno is because I still had weak against water, and there is no fucking water element in this game. Don't fucking bullshit me with Aqualung. What are you gonna say? I'm not going to use some kind of common sea snake in a fight against an Iron Giant. Well, Brett's dead. Yeah, no, my PlayStation recap this year is probably going to be, like, just the stuff I played on PS5. Because that's all I've done this year. It's like, what did I do? I played God of War Ragnarok, Jedi Survivor, Spider-Man 2 a little bit. Most of my playthrough on Spider-Man 2 was last year. And there's another game. I'm pretty sure. Oh no, there wasn't. I only played a little of Ghost of Tsushima. So I've barely played PlayStation this year. Yeah, ultimately, the way Nemesis was handled in RE3 Remake was disappointing. Like, as its own monster, it's ultimately fine, but it's like RE2 Make. As its own game, fine. As a remake, it's disappointing. And as a remake, RE3 Make is more disappointing than RE2 Make. We're actually getting close to running out of time. And we've still got another battle to do. Fuck. To be fair though, like, the only reason I beat God of War Ragnarok this year was because when I was doing the overnight shifts during the summer. Fucking Christ. And it's like, I can be up, like on my days off, I can be up doing stuff like watching Teak or whatnot. Like, go through and watch all of Teak's stream to the end. And, like, that's great. But Teak finishes, like, at the latest, usually, like, 5 AM for me, and I'm still up till, like, when I'm doing the overnight stuff, till 8, 9 AM. So I had the time, and nothing else to do. Hey, how you doing, Solitary Man? Oh, hey, it's Ninja. Right, now I would like Catastrophe. No, it's all good, Ninja. Everybody has to be in real life. blah. It's going pretty well, Miss Solitary, man. Making good progress in Final Fantasy VII. Try to make up for like that week and a half I couldn't stream. Making good progress. Honestly, like an actual genuine answer, Flame, I have not played Akuji the Heartless in like 25 years, maybe. Progress is always good. I want to know when Flame's going to come back and finish Batman Doom. Oh, next month? Awesome. Yeah, like, no, I definitely remember, like, saying this to you with Batman Doom when you were streaming it, like, it's one of those Doom total conversions that gets so much praise and has done for, like, actual decades now, but every time I look at it, it looks like it's just not fun. Like, it looks bad. I've never understood all the praise. Like, it's got to be on a technical level or something that I'm just not able to understand. Flame's gonna kill everybody in the suicide mission in Mass Effect 2 so he doesn't have to stream Mass Effect 3. Like, that's one way to do it. Arrive out. I'm tempted to go in and do this. But, like, there's no save point during the reconstruction sequence. What's left after this? The cloud reconstruction sequence, Junon, Rocket Town. We're gonna... Yeah, if we leave it here, we could finish Disc 2 next time. Like, quite comfortably. Which I think will probably be on Wednesday. Yeah, you can. We'll do it during disc 2, because I always do it when we're going for the Key of the Ancients, because we're in the submarine anyway. You do it there, and then we'll come back in disc 3 to get the death penalty in Chaos, which we won't use because we're not using Vincent in this run. And then, like, in disc 3, I think the main thing that's going to slow us down, because, like, Cloud Reconstruction Sequence, Junon, Rocket Town, Key of the Ancients, Garden City, the Midgar Raid. The Midgar Raid's going to be the longest part of that, but I'd be like maybe 2 hours. Like, the rest of it we can do in like 3 hours, do the other in 2 hours, do like another comfortable 5-hour stream. Like, we could get to disc 3. I want to, honestly. I like for the streams to get like all the ultimate weapons and all the final limit breaks. Think of the word then. It's like, I want to. I think I'm gonna skip the Ancient Forest this time. Because I honestly don't care and I don't enjoy it. Well, I probably do Battle Square. Because the thing is, like, once we get to Disc 3, the Northern Crate is like an hour and a half at most. It's one of the shortest final dungeons in the series. It's like, we'll need something to pad out the final disc. And it's not going to be Chocobo breathing this time, it's not going to be Chocobo racing. So, like, Battle Square, stack the 5 key to get the Final Heaven. Is it the Final Heaven, the Premium Heart? Yeah, the Youth Pagoda will happen, because we need to do that for All Creation. There's also the Galnica, which we can do next time. We'll want to do that next time, actually, so that we can get the option to skip the Turks fight in Midgar. We're not going to skip the Turks fight, but like, I like having the option. Yeah, a bunch of stuff. Probably looking at like 2 more streams of this though, which should be good. And like, I think Tuesday is Christmas Eve. That's when we're gonna have the Die Hard. I finished Final Fantasy VII this week. Possibly on Sunday. Like, oh, the games that made me. You know what other game made me on PlayStation? Metal Gear Solid. Maybe we'll do, like, a full single-session Metal Gear Solid stream again. Maybe I'll leave the Discord call open and, like, people can jump in and just chat with me on it. That could be fun. We'll be going for the Meryl ending this time, because every time we've streamed it previously, I keep giving you people the option and you all keep choosing Resist the Torture. So, for all the times we've streamed Metal Gear Solid, we've never streamed the Meryl ending. From the Pagoda you get All Creation, and I think you get her ultimate weapon, which... What is it? What's her ultimate weapon called? Leviathan we can get from the shrine, but we have to get the Leviathan scales. Conformer, there you go, it's in the Gelnica, thank you. Which is where the High Wind is as well, I believe. Yeah, I know, I remember we discussed that as a thought, you joining me, Flame, for the Legacy of Kain stuff. And I'm absolutely down for that. Pagoda gives you Leviathan for being the Pagoda. When the fuck do you get all creation then? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, all creation is from beating Goda. And Leviathan. I thought you got Leviathan from the cave. You need the Leviathan scales for, so what the hell's in there? So, like, going through the list. Barrett, we already have Catastrophe. We get Missing Score by taking him into the Midgar raid with us. Spear weapon, right? Sid. The High Wind is in the Gelnica. The Venus Gospel is from that old guy in Rocket Town after the rocket takes off. Red 13, we already have Cosmo Memory. You get that for unlocking the safe in the Shimmer Mansion. Limited Moon. Limited Moon. Did we get that from Bugenhagen? Yeah. From Buggyhagen. Bugenhagen-Das. Kate Sith doesn't have an ultimate limit break in the same way everybody else does, but HP Shout is in the Shimmer building. We saw it already. You just can't pick it up until you go back. Vincent, you get death penalty and Chaos from Lucretia. Omnislash we get from the Battle Square, Ultimate Weapon we get for killing Ultimate Weapon. And with Tifa, Premium Heart we get from Wall Market, and Final Heaven we get from playing Tifa's theme on her piano. See, I did remember all of it. I just didn't remember where the fuck the Conformer was. It's like, we can get all of that along the way. I think the only thing I'm gonna have to look up is the specific notes I have to play for Tifa's theme. Everything else is, like, just absolutely grabbable as we go. Yeah, Conform, because all the ultimate weapons have a hidden special ability that the game doesn't tell you about. And Conformer's special ability is that it does full regular damage when using Morph. Just damage by a level, yeah. I think the biggest time sink is gonna be grinding Battle Square to get Omnislash. That and limit breaks. To be fair though, like, that's an easy one to never be aware of because every other character with every other weapon does higher damage at higher levels. Yeah, it's, like I said, I need to grab that from Dino Village. Something else I was thinking of. What was it? Oh yeah, the limit breaks. Because, like, I'd like for us to have level 4 limit breaks by that point. Which means Tifa's only just on her first level 2 limit break. With Cloud and Barret, based on where we are, it is entirely possible, because they both have their second level 2 limit break, it's entirely possible they will be on level 3 by the end of Disc 2. I'd like to go into the Northern Crate with all 3 of them having their ultimate limit breaks. In particular Tifa, because we've never shown Final Heaven on stream, and like I'd like to do that. I remember that little technique thing, because you told me to do it when we did this. The first time we did this together? I don't know. But yeah, Flame absolutely down for the Legacy of Kain co-commentating. I think the main thing with that is just going to be working with your mic. Whenever I'm talking to you and also playing a game, like when you join me on the Discord calls, when I'm streaming against Discord, I have trouble hearing you. So just work on that a little bit. When we get to the point, we'll do a little testing, see if we can boost the volume in Discord. And after that, like, I'm absolutely down to run through the Legacy of Kain series. It'll be good, because you'll be able to balance anything I might miss in explaining the entire timeline of Legacy of Kain. But that is going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Clem, Teak, Panda, Ninja, Flame, Bane, Nelson, Icy for the raid, Mr. Solitary Man,
I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for
I feel like there's somebody else I've forgotten. But I do very much appreciate everybody jumping in on the chat. The chat is always been part of the stream. With any luck, we'll be back on Wednesday. To finish off Disc 2. Wednesday is all going to depend on how tired I am. I'll be up early for work. It's a 9-hour shift. That's the entire reason I didn't stream on Friday, or didn't try to stream on Friday. I was just exhausted. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I mentioned Nelson. Yeah. Flame, Teak, Ninja, Flame, Bane, Solitary Man, Icy, Icy for the raid, Panda, Nelson. Yeah, feels right. Yeah, that is it. What we're looking at, Metal Gear Solid, probably on Sunday for like a long stream, doing all of it. Which last time I did that, I think it was like 7 hours. So that should be fun. Die Hard on Tuesday. Which, like, I'm probably gonna do that Die Hard stream a little earlier. We'll play Die Hard in the bandana will return. Yeah. Because of course it will. It'll be on under the hat. I probably stream Die Hard a little earlier than normal. Because after we're done there, I want to do a Die Hard watch party in the Discord. So if anybody wants to watch Die Hard on Christmas Eve, if you've never seen Die Hard, definitely worth checking out. It's a really good movie. We'll be doing that Christmas Eve. I always like to do a Christmas stream in some regard, because I like the idea of giving people who don't have anything going on Christmas something to do, somebody to spend it with, like a little bit. Like come hang out with your buddy mecha-chrono me, and we'll shoot the shit and like talk about video games and play stuff. So like there'll be a stream on Christmas, ideally. Possibly with drinks. I've still got like half a bottle of whiskey there. I don't know what we would stream. And then for like the last few days of 2024, other games that made me, Resident Evil 1, which we could do like we could do during Christmas. RE1, OG RE1. We already did Rugrats Search for Reptar this year. That was absolutely a game that made me. Alondra. This is how much time we lost getting through all of Alondra before the end of the year is going to be still like real difficult. That might bleed in. Um, I was kind of playing with the idea of sneakily pushing out a Soul Reaver playthrough for the end of the year, because Soul Reaver is the limited time we've got left. I will probably leave. Oh yeah, I need to pick up. Uh, oh, 2. Yeah, it's really disappointing, like how much time I lost because of the not being able to stream. But we do the best we can with it, and like at the very least, try and have some fun for the end of the year. A lot of you guys haven't seen Alundra. You might have seen Teak stream it when Teak streamed it, but like a lot of you weren't around when I streamed it because I streamed it years ago. So like, I think it could be fun for you guys to see, and it is absolutely a game that is very important to my childhood, my youth. To finish off FF7, 2019, yeah, 5 years ago. That was in the first year of streaming. I started in May, and I did um Dark Souls Remastered. I did FF7. I did Resident Evil 2 in there as well. I did the Resident Evil Marathon, and I think I started Alundra in September. Well, that was before like a lot of you guys were following me. So it's a game I have streamed before that a lot of you haven't seen. I hope you look forward to that. FF7, Metal Gear Solid, Die Hard, Alundra. And Alundra might bleed a little bit into next year. And then after that, Final Fantasy VII in submission. That's where we're at going forward. And I hope everybody looks forward to all of that. And let's just wrap it up. Tomb Raider, absolutely integral to my growth as a gamer. Going to be the remasters next year. I'm looking forward to doing that on stream. But anyway, let's get going before we keep rambling. Not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and we'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.